13 days, Monday, August 24th. Our next free handicapping challenge on tap. It's on the races 1 through 8 at Finger Lakes on that afternoon. It's free to join. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member. That's free to sign up. Top 3 finishers get money. First place, $1,000. I think there was over 160 entrants last time out, but it's free. So might as well show up in 13 days' time. Up next, handicapping with Dave. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Only 8 races today after exciting 9-race card yesterday, concluding with a big long shot. I mean, was it Jackie Davis had 2 wins on the day? My former co-host, $64 winner in the last. Call Saul for Stephen Eubank rallied, and I think kind of knocked everybody out in the last leg if you had something going. If you had the all button or if you liked that horse, you were very much rewarded. So Jackie won earlier on the 1-5 shot. She also won on Call Saul, the big long shot in the last 2 wins in the card. Jockey Oscar Gomez also with a couple wins on the card. Congratulations to him. Yeah, that added some excitement. If you played that late pick, added a little value at the end. Always exciting. Some of those route races, especially, they went a little bit quick early, and here come the closers. Paid pretty well in the finale. We got Monday through Wednesday racing again this week, so we got another live card tomorrow, and 8 races today, and we'll go over the whole card, kind of look at how it's playing. Yesterday seemed to be a little more fair than it's been. We had a couple horses win on the rail, a couple speed horses all over. It's good to see. And so I'm going to handicap accordingly on today's card. Just the assumption that we are going to have a fair racetrack. Well, we're going to start off with an 11-9 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. You kind of look at the 2 inside horses, and they seem to have a little bit of a class edge on these 11-9 claimers. Not for Nothing, who ran a good second in a stakes race earlier in his career. He's 5-2, dropping slightly in class, the 11-9. But then you got this new face with Airborne Elite. Very well-bred horse by Army Mule. You got Giants Causeway on the dam side, and running against a little bit tougher on the NYRA circuit. But it's not just that. He's running competitively on the NYRA circuit. Now, he's had a lot of chances. He's 2 for 22. Of course, Not for Nothing is 2 for 20. Doesn't win a lot, but runs to his competition. So I think the drop for both these horses is going to help. But I'm going to lean towards Airborne Elite. Just think he's got a little bit more class, and the form's a little better than Not for Nothing. But Not for Nothing, I mean, he runs his race once in a while. He's a little inconsistent as far as his form. He's catching off tracks, and then he came here, and he's been no worse than 4th in any of those races against allowance horses. Well, the connections probably want to win. 4th might not be good enough, so let's drop slightly. This is where he belongs, where he could run very. I mean, he runs well at allowance races, but he just needs to get the right kind of trip to win those races. And he keeps catching some tough horses. You get Lucas's Mischief, Beach Invasion. Those horses are tough when you're talking about allowance conditions. So he gets the slight class relief, dropping down to the 11-9, and seems like the other one. I mean, you got to like the Fusayachi Pegasus on the dam side. The longer they go, the better. And this horse has shown from time to time that he's got some talent. I like the 2 inside horses in here. just on the drops in class, that this should be a little bit easier. You got horses that are basically $5,000 claimers stepping up into the 11 and 9, and not for nothing an Airborne Elite are running against better, not for nothing an allowance horse and Airborne Elite a better, higher claimer than the horses that they're up against. I think that's, if you want to simplify this first race, that's how you look at it, that it's almost like they're both dropping down all the way to the bottom. They're not, but Well Suited ran for $5,000 last time. Hard Performer is a $5,000 claimer. Bolt to Run is basically a $5,000 claimer running at 11. Renaissance Man has been running at 5,000 and stepped up to this condition last time. So when you kind of simplify it like that in simple logic, the drop for Airborne Elite and Not for Nothing isn't just like a drop to 11, allowance to 11. It's almost like you're dropping and everybody else is coming up, so it's almost like a drop to 5. The 3-horse Renaissance, with that said, Renaissance Man might be the best of the rest. Horse got good ever since Jackie Davis started riding the horse. Broke his way for 5, probably shouldn't have. I mean, the horse, it didn't affect the outcome, was bothered, wasn't going to win that race. But I can't say that the next start, because this horse exploded down the lane, ran even better, and won that 2 Lifetime very easily. It was a soft spot for the 2 Lifetime 5, but at least this horse has shown the improvement and actually ran well last time at the 11 and 9. Running 4th, but it wasn't that strong of a version of the 11 and 9. I guess we'll say that, because the horse that finished ahead of a Bolt to Run is back in here, and he's a tough horse to use against these horses. So I think he's got to run a little bit better than what he did last time. His running style is going to help him here. He's a tactical speed horse that can lay close with Hard Performer. I mean, Hard Performer looks like the speed, and it would hard to see this horse go all the way around at a mile 70. Not impossible. He is off a maiden victory, but Renaissance Man should be in the perfect position and can land in the top 3. Well Suited, you can make a case for too, because he was running against the 11 and 9 before dropping to 5. Steps back up, and he should be competitive. I don't know if he's as good as Airborne Elite and Not for Nothing, but he could land a share. So I'm going to go with the 2-1-3 in this first race. All right, second race. Another route race. It is a 5,000 maiden claimer. Yeah, I mean, if you can forgive Beck Streamer's last race, and I'm going to, it's a sprint. And his previous starts and routes are good enough to win. He's running against 10,000s, 12-5 maiden claimers at Monmouth in New York. And the races are good enough simply to win this race. He'll be a big favorite in here, but there are some question marks because he was still bet down to be the favorite last time. Maybe over bet. Maybe the fans that bet that racetrack don't really understand the route and sprint thing. I'm not sure. He probably didn't deserve to be that heavy a favorite, so maybe the race looks worse than it is. You want to see the horse not lose by double digits, even not being its best distance. But I think the stretch out today and the drop in class to 5,000, Beck Streamer should be awfully tough. The main threat is the 6, Broken Record. He's the morning line favorite, but no real excuse last time. I guess you could go to school on Broken Record. If this horse wins and looks good winning, maybe you like Plex a little bit more later in the card. I like that horse anyway. But it seems like these are the 2 main contenders in race number 2, and they'll probably be the 2 that they're going to bet. So I'm not really waking anything up with Beck Streamer and Broken Record. They both look like they could win. And keep in mind, Broken Record had been running against maiden special weights, not really competitive. He was a little over his head. I mean, when he was running against special weights last year, they were 2-year-olds and not very strong of fields 2-year-olds. So he didn't improve during his 3-year-old season. So he's not a maiden special weight anymore against older horses. So this is the right spot, running against 5, and it showed last time with a second place finish. The Brown Egg could be one of the speeds in this race. I think Beck Streamer's going to show speed, but if the Brown Egg does show some speed and could get the lead, he could be dangerous. I don't really have an excuse for him last time, though, except for maybe he's coming off the layoff. But other than that, I don't have an excuse for the Brown Egg. If he can get a clear lead and speed is good today, he can last. So that's why I'm going to use it for third. I really don't like anybody else for third, to be honest. I mean, same old story. Gomez opts to ride broken record. So it's hard to like that one as a win threat. 10-run rule has shown nothing. Connor's Turn hasn't shown much left. At least the Brown Egg woke up a little bit with a good third place finish last time. So maybe it's just that simple with a 4.63 in race number 2. Well, the third race changes drastically. We scratch the 6-horse who probably would have been a big favorite, Corvus. So with Corvus scratching, it really changes this race. I mean, we scratched the 2 all of a suddenly, who actually ran pretty decently in the condition too. Now it comes down to, I guess Honor for Mandan really doesn't play. You got Rideshare, Detail-Oriented, and Skytown. So now it's almost like a 3-horse race. Skytown with a slight class edge, dropping from an allowance to 11 to 9. I'm going to give the slight edge to. I'm really concerned about the pace scenario, though. He's going to 5.5 here from 6 furlongs. He doesn't have a lot of early speed, and Detail-Oriented does. And Detail-Oriented could be the speed of the speed in here, but he's stopping. So at least if Skytown can stay in range, and maybe I'm overanalyzing a 4-horse field here, but Skytown might be a little bit better than the rest of them with Corvus out. I mean, Corvus kind of looked like a standout in there, but Skytown now with a drop in class should be awfully tough. I'm going to use Detail-Oriented for second. He's dangerous. He's dangerous as the speed here. He's stopping though. So the big question is, can he sustain that speed all the way around the track, or does Rideshare decide to be a little aggressive from the rail to keep that horse honest? Because if the pace ends up being slow, or if Detail-Oriented opens up a big lead, the big favorite Skytown may have a tough time chasing that one down. That's one thing about 4-horse fields. You think, well, maybe they're easier, but sometimes from a handicap perspective, they're not, because the best horse doesn't always win. I always say that in all races, and it happens a lot in the shorter fields because the pace does become a little more evident and a little more of a factor because you don't have the bigger field where you get more than one pace setters and so on and so forth. So that's how I kind of threw Goal-Oriented in there as well as the dangerous speed. Okay, talked way too much and overanalyzed a 4-horse race. But let's go to the 4th and scratch the 1, Socks for Daughters. I like the way Eric from Miami looked last time. I mean, this horse ran a huge race. He didn't win, so maybe it's going to be overlooked how well this horse actually ran in that race against Beta. Now, Beta was in a tough field yesterday. Actually ran well and just got caught by his stablemate at the end. And they went quick, so that's probably why that happened. But Beta got a perfect trip that day. Couldn't have got a better trip. I think it was Louis Perez who rode the horse. And saved ground, won the race. Meanwhile, Eric from Miami had to make a late move, circling the field, got the worst of it, and probably was best. Beta was a big favorite, but again, got the perfect trip where Eric from Miami didn't, and it wasn't much that separated them. That's why I say it's a better race than it looks, because this horse closed and almost still won on a horse that got the better of the trips and was a big favorite. So I'm coming back with him today. I like him on top. Looks like he might get a little value as he's 7-2 morning line. The 6, Whiskey Franz. What can you say about Whiskey Franz? He was facing tougher, better competition. When he ran here for 5,000 last year, he looked good winning. A couple races in a row, actually, winning the lifetime conditions, the 2 lifetime and the 3. Well, he dropped to 5 last time. and you couldn't find him with a telescope. So what happened? Well, he didn't run well. He didn't fire, and they didn't back up. I guess you can maybe give him another chance. If you look at the last race, he's probably going to be big odds because everybody's going to look at that like, how can you, like a horse that lost by 30 lengths? Well, you can always forgive one race for a horse because there could be other variables. Maybe he just didn't feel like running. Maybe he just didn't run. I mean, they bet him down to 9-2. You're going to get a lot better price today, and if he bounces back and runs a better race, he should be right there. I got him second. Allure of Money is the other Tim Murphy trainee. Been a little bit of an underachiever lately because he's dropped to 5 and then dropped to 4. Steps back up to 5 and is the morning line favorite. No thanks. If you can't win for 4, why would I like you for 5? That's kind of how I looked at it. But if he's going to be the favorite in here, and he could be, they could be right on with as a short price favorite. He's running pretty good. The horse that beat him was no slouch, and I think he does have a good chance to win. I think you got to use all 3 of them if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s, talking about Allure of Money, Air from Miami, and Whiskey Franz. Street Cop Officer's the other one they're playing. He drops to 5,000, but this is where he belongs anyway. This isn't a true drop when you look at Street Cop Officer. He definitely plays. When you go back to when this horse did run where he belonged for 5,000, he ran a good second and probably should have won that race. It was a speed favorite in Racetrack that Tony O, a horse off the layoff, got the better of the trips, and this horse did have to check a little bit, close ground, and just missed. His other 2 starts for 5, maybe didn't run that well, but he's been overmatched the last 2, so he'll get some class relief, but I think he'll be a little dressed up in here at 3-1, mainly because he's run against better, but he actually does belong against 5,000 claimers. So I'm going to go with a 5-6-3. All right, 5th race. Speaking of 4,000, we are going to drop below sea level here. Drop down to 4. Scratch the 8. Give me the money. Always like these races, but I might be able to narrow this one down. If Father Walsh gets out of the gate better today and gets to the front end, they're going to have a tough time chasing this horse down, but that's been the issue lately. I don't know if they're trying to revert his running style or if he's just not breaking as sharp as he was, because there's not a lot of speed in this race. It's a cheaper race, and the only one you really got to worry about is Bustino Santino dropping to 5 as far as who's got speed and who's going to be in range. Tell you what, if Father Walsh doesn't break and he decides to rate and sit back, they're not going to beat Bustino Santino. So I kind of narrowed it down to these 2 because I think Bustino Santino has got enough talent to beat this field too. He also has got some tactical speed that if Father Walsh decides to not take advantage of his tactical edge, Bustino Santino will. And Bustino Santino might be able to chase this horse down and wear this horse down anyway, even if he goes to the front. But those seem to be the 2 main rivals to me in race number 5. The other one seems to be a horse that's a big price, that has a legitimate win chance in this race. Rockable, if you get 12-1 on this horse, by all means, use the horse and use the horse for some value, at least in tries and supers, because it's hard to find fault in this horse at 12-1. I mean, he ran good last time, right behind Allure of Money, who we just talked about, and ran 4th the race before, chasing, where he really doesn't, that's not really his running style. He likes to kind of stalk, sit back, and make a run, and the horse should be at least in the number. I don't necessarily know about win if he's as good as Father Walsh or Bustino Santino, but numbers-wise and form-wise, it's really better than the rest of them. So I'm going to use him 3rd at 12-1. America's Justice is kind of one of those horses that you can use underneath in sprints. I don't know what's going on with him lately. His route race was not good. He was nowhere near the front. Maybe he lost his speed a little bit, and he definitely needs it in a route. But his sprint races, surprisingly, are better this year than the route. So maybe this American Pharaoh has decided he doesn't want to go long anymore, or decided he doesn't have speed in routes anymore, but he's still good enough to run competitively in the 4,000s. And actually, despite a really bad start last time, ran a good fourth. I say a good fourth because he overcame the bad beginning. The question for me, though, I mean, it is 4,000. Does he want to win? I mean, in a sprint. So that's the key here for America's Justice, who I've always liked. I mean, how do you not like American Pharaoh? I think there's another horse here that's by Justify. Of course, we also got it's funny because we got a horse by Arrogate today as well. You talk about top quality, some of the best horses in this decade running today. Maybe the last 2 decades. Time's going quick. Running today. 6th race, a maiden race, going 6 furlongs. Tricky race. I did go with a slight upset in the 6th after watching some of the New York and Saratoga replays. I watched the race for Start the Day, and if you do get a chance, go back. Every track is available online. I mean, you can find replays. Also, we have a replay center in the upper grandstand if you want to check that out, if you want to see other tracks. I mean, our track's easy to watch the replays on our website. Just go to live video and replays. Go there. I mean, they have YouTube replays, but I think the other replays are a little more convenient to just go in and watch the races. But this one I had to do a little research on, and he had blinkers last time, and you watch Start the Day. He's checking all the way down the backstretch. He didn't break well to begin with, and then he's on heels checking for most of the race. Although the other part of that, though, is when it did come time to run, he really didn't have anything for the stretch drive. With that said, he's cutting back in distance after the troubled trip. And yeah, it was a big long shot. It actually won. I think it was Katie Davis that won with a 23-1 in that race. But with all the trouble the first half of the race, I'm taking a shot with Start the Day first time around this track. Always Packin' is going to be the favorite. Very logical horse. Ran a good second behind Asset Management last time. I mean, they weren't going to beat Asset Management with the race that he ran, but his previous starts, he's running kind of the same races as Start the Day, the $20,000 maiden claimer. And, of course, he wasn't in those New York breds because he's a Kentucky bred, but same caliber Always Pack is run against as Start the Day. So you kind of like, if you like Always Packin', you kind of got to like Start the Day as well, especially considering he had a troubled trip when he was running in the maiden claimers at Saratoga. So I'm going 2-4. I liked Propitious a little bit last time in that Always Packin' race, so I'm going to use him third here. Now, I don't know if Andre Worry opted to ride Connected Cruises instead of staying here, but this is the 4th different rider in 4 starts for Propitious. It's not always a good thing when you can't get a consistent rider, but the horse is good enough to win. He ran a pretty decent third. It all comes down to a trip. It does seem like there's going to be some pace to close into, so it's a good horse to use, at least in the number. The tricky one is, what do you do with Trinity River on the cutback? They've been pretty stubborn about running this horse long. They think that he's a true route horse, and you look at the breeding, he should be. One thing about Ferraro, his horses have some punch when he cuts them back in distance. He is 20% route to sprint. So they always do seem to have some punch. Even if they're true routers, they have that extra oomph to them. But this horse, that's one thing that he's been lacking in these route horse races, is finishing. Having that little extra oomph at the end in the route. So maybe on the cutback, because he is more of a speed horse in these routes, maybe as more of a closer in a sprint, he might have a little punch to him. So I'll throw him in 4th. I'll go with a 2-4-6-5. You have a Gerald Strickland first-time starter. Good luck to him. I haven't seen that name in a while. Seventh race, 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares going a distance of 1 mile. Tough to go against Troubled Luck off the last race. I mean, got a good number for it with a second place finish, and now stretches out to a mile, which shouldn't be an issue because half of his wins have been going the flat mile. Looks like she's going in the right direction. At least she responded to the drop. And maybe it's not so much going the right direction. Maybe it's just the easier competition, and she just ran her usual race. And you look at the winner, and it was a decent race for the level. So when you look at the numbers, and just looking at the numbers, that last Beyer figure, Thoroughgraph, Brisnet figure, however you want to look at it, is just better than anybody in this field. That if he repeats it going a mile, she's not going to get beat. Now, the question is going to be tactics here stretching out, because Ruby's Mission does look like the speed of the race. Well, Evening Edge is the outside speed. So if they send Ruby's Mission, either way, she should be in good position, forwardly placed, off of their best effort that she's had in quite some time. I like the fact that she ran as well as she did. Now, she doesn't mind an off track, so that might have played into it. But I do like the fact that she woke up a little bit with a decent effort, and I think she can hang around at least for a share. Evening Edge is the other speed. She flashed some speed last time, but she's going inside to outside, so I'm not sure if she's going to have that same kind of speed from that outside position, or if Ruby's Mission might get the lead on her if she wants to. But either way, Evening Edge is right there for 5,000, especially in this condition. She should be awfully tough. I don't like the way she faded last time, going the mile. But the race before wasn't bad when she was controlling the pace. Just got caught at the wire by Love Thyself. I see the same type of race depending on how fast they go early. That is kind of more of a get the lead out there. If she could clear Ruby's Mission and doesn't have to go too fast to do it, she could be tough. If she's right out there with Ruby's Mission, she still kind of hangs around for a share. Give her a big chance. Now, my big long shot in race number 7 is the 6, Rachel My Belle, for Adil Khan. Now, you got to go back to like this horse to more of the late summer, early fall, when she was still in form. She seemed to lose her form tailing off at the end of the year, and then came back in a sprint, probably needing the race. So now she means business, getting a sprint tightener, stretching out to the route. Again, she probably tailed off a little bit last year, and if you look to her summer form last year, it's pretty good going long. So I like the stretch out here, second start of the season. She's fresher. She might run her race from last year, and if she does, watch out. She's got a long shot chance in race number 7. 3-2-8-6 for me, probably the longest shot in the board for 4th. Madilda's pretty good with his horses, though. Former jockey, although he's taller than I am. He did pretty good as a jockey, though. 8th race, a $5,000 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Exacta Try and Super offered in the last. Now, you'll probably get a big favorite, an American Halite. I just have my reservations. I like the horse. Obviously, on paper, he's the logical horse, and he's going to be a big favorite. Very well bred. Talked about, we had American Pharaoh running today, and we also have an Arrogate running today as well. And this one did have some class. I mean, the horse was running here against allowance horses back in 2023. Well, he hadn't run since 2024 when he made the start last time. That's why they dropped him to 5. And I was actually surprised how well this horse ran for 5, especially on a sloppy racetrack, coming off that kind of a layoff. Like I said, I don't usually like those type of horses, but he almost won. So the question for American Halite is, does he improve off of that effort? Does he run? I mean, it's still, he's a 5,000. That's not a good sign, to be honest with you. it's not a good sign to be staying at 5 in your second start if you needed the last race. So you got to kind of wonder, is he going to improve off of that race? And will you bet him at that price? You got to use him. But I went for a slight upset with Plex, mainly because the number was good last time, defeating Broken Record. Now, we'll see how good Broken Record does earlier in the card. Broken Record is in what looks like a 2-horse race earlier in the day. But I do like the last race for Plex. Look at the two, if you're looking at your program and you're following along with your form or your program, look at the 2 races that he ran for 5,000 going a mile. That's key because he's a better router than sprinter. Both times he won. Of course, one of them he got DQ'd, that's why he stayed in the maiden, but like I said, it didn't affect the outcome. He was much the best in that race. And the horse that was second that he did beat, Renaissance Man, that got put up, actually came back and won, as mentioned earlier, because Renaissance Man runs today, the 2 Lifetime. Makes Plex look even better because of those 2 races that he's run going a mile. Today, a mile 70, not much further. Even though he's off the maiden, I'm using him on top. Because, again, I have my question marks about the favorite American Halite in here. And who won? He was off a year and a half, or a year and 9 months, or whatever it is. Fast Amendment is at the mercy of the pace. Certainly good enough to win this race. And you got a jockey that's been on fire. But is he going to get enough pace? There doesn't seem to be a ton of early pace in here. You know, Percy does have speed. I think just a guy just kind of inherited last time. I don't think he's that fast. So Spirited might show a little more speed with Jackie Davis from the rail. But with that said, you know, I'm kind of making the case, I'm kind of pushing things here a little bit, that there's pace and there really isn't. So that's going to be the issue for Fast Amendment. Will he get enough pace to put in the late run? Either way, you got to like the horse if you're playing exactas, tries, and supers, because he always fires and he always puts in that late run. But he's going to need a little extra pace. Maybe he gets it from his stablemate, Percy, who's a tactical speed horse, for something to run at. I will throw the one So Spirited in for 4th. He's been pretty spirited, to say the least, when I've watched him in the paddock his last couple starts here. The horse really acting up in the paddock. 2 starts back, they ended up saddling him on the walk and had a lot of struggle saddling. They kind of struggled a little bit last time with the stretch out. But second time going long, actually 3rd time going long, but 2nd in a row going long for Linda Dixon, Hector Alejandro. They're such good horsemen that you got to think that this horse could improve, especially with my ex-co-host, Jackie Davis, who could be heating up here with a couple wins on yesterday's card. Might get 1 or 2 today as well. Good luck to her. Anyway, we got 8 races on today's card. As of right now, we are fast. I think the rain is supposed to hold off somewhat today. Let's hope so. So we could get a nice fast surface and a nice day out there. One more live racing day of the work week. That's tomorrow. We are going to start with a 12:55 first post. Then my show will again be on around noon. So get the preview of all the races and then a lot of fun playing them tomorrow with that 12:55 first post. But enjoy today. We got 19 minutes to go for the first. Make some money.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Not For Nuttin' and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Airborne Elite, Chris Elliott. Number 3, Renaissance Man, Jackie Davis, the pilot. Number 4, Well Suited, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Hard Performer, Stephen Frett. And number 6 is Bolt to Run, jockey change to Jeremias Flores. Track is fast, first race in a few. Approach of the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast. First of 8 races on a Tuesday. Favorite at 3 to 5. Number 2, Airborne Elite. Been racing at Aqueduct. First time here at Finger Lakes for Airborne Elite. Hard performer. Bolt to run to the outside. They're all on the gate there, off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Hard Performer splitting rivals and going out for the lead. Well suited towards his inside, Bolt to run. Outside in second, then in fourth. That is Renaissance Man. Airborne Elite in some tight quarters. Also getting bumped there a little bit, was well suited. And 3 lengths to Not For Nothing taking up residency at the tail of the field. 6.5 furlongs to go. Hard Performer has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Renaissance Man up into second. Bolt to run, 3 wide third. Airborne Elite settles in the 4th spot, 3 lengths off the lead. A length back to Well Suited, who's about 3 lengths in front of Not For Nothing, who's in no hurry at the back. First quarter, 24 3/5 up the backstretch. Hard Performer leads by 1 length. Bolt to run to the outside of Renaissance Man, second and third. Airborne Elite able to sneak on through towards the inside, 4th, 1.5 lengths, 2 off the lead. Well Suited races in 5th, and 4 lengths to Not For Nothing, who trails. The half and 49 seconds, they're on the far turn. Hard Performer with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a little over 1 length. Renaissance Man outside second. Airborne Elite needs some racing room. In third, 2 lengths off the lead. Well Suited races in 4th. Bolt to Run shuffled 5th, and Not For Nothing passes that one, but goes about 5 or 6 wide into the home stretch. It's Hard Performer, the first to face us. Airborne Elite gets that coveted racing room and fires right on through, and Airborne Elite has a lead with 1 furlong to go. Well Suited outside in second. Renaissance Man third. Not For Nothing outside in 4th. 16th to go. Airborne Elite. Well Suited not giving up on the outside. Well Suited. Airborne Elite. Airborne Elite. Well Suited. Good photo finish there. Head bobber in the end. Airborne Elite got a good bob, but that's a photo with Well Suited in the first from Finger Lakes. Number 2, Airborne Elite first. Second, number 4, Well Suited. Third, number 1, Not For Nothing. Fourth, number 3, Renaissance Man. 2-4-1-3, mile 70 yards, 145.70. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 2, Airborne Elite, Kentucky bred, 6-year-old gray gelding by Army Mule out of Serene Sophia. Craig Benoit, the owner, Wayne Potts, the trainer, Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Airborne Elite, bred by Emerald Edge Stud. Even money favorites. Prevails in race number 1. Two, 4, 1, 3. Just the winning prices. There they are. $4.14 the winning mutual. Exacta $11.12. Try $4.41. Dime Super $2 even. Second race Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. There's a rolling pick 3 that starts in race 2. Post time in 22 minutes at 1:27 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Good finish to the first. It was Airborne Elite under Chris Elliott. He able to tip out and take over the lead, but well suited, put in a late run, and it got close. Airborne Elite just able to hold that rival off to get the victory for Wayne Potts. Chris Elliott, the winning rider. Okay, 5,000 maiden claimers a second, going a mile 70. Look at some of the contenders in here. As you see, there's no surprise that Beck's Dreamer and Broken Record are both going to get a play in here. And it seems like they somewhat lay over the field, at least back class-wise, for this maiden condition. Now, Beck's Dreamer has simply faced better competition than what he's going to face here. But you have to kind of draw a line through the last race, which was a sprint. And this should be a better distance for him. So every route race that he's been in, at least recently, in New York, at Monmouth, at Churchill Downs, he's been competitive. You would think running against our $5,000 maidens going a mile 70, he would be awfully tough to deal with. And that seems like that's the way. Unless that 5.5 furlong race is indicative of him maybe going the wrong direction. But I would think that maybe it just wasn't a good distance for him. At least he's more at the mercy of the pace when you're talking about going that short. Give him a chance today. I put him on top. The 6-horse Broken Record, a logical horse, ran against special weights here, was not competitive, and then dropped to 5 last time and ran a pretty good second. That makes him a player here because he stays at 5, same level. Plex moves on, actually moves up in class, and runs later today. So it looks like these two have an edge on the rest of the rivals, at least class-wise. Now, the other horse getting some play is the Brown Egg, but the big question mark is he going to get a pace flow like he has the last two? He really has no excuse when you look at the 2 last races because he's had the lead in slow fractions and has given up the lead relatively early, but still hung around for a share. Maybe that's what we're going to be looking at here. There does seem to be some other possibility of speed, including Beck's Dreamer. I thought Beck's Dreamer would be the pressing speed here, as he's shown some tactical speed in those route races where he's more of a closer in sprints. That could be the key to the race if Beck's Dreamer is out there with the Brown Egg, and that could be a factor of depending on how fast they go early. But it seems like he might be the other one to consider. The 2 inside horses seem like they might have the best shot to get 3rd or 4th, but not really win threats. Same old story. Has some decent form, but Oscar opted to go to Broken Record, who seems to be one of the main players and the current favorite right now at odds of 7 to 5. But that's what the pace flow looks like, that it probably will be between the Brown Egg and Beck's Dreamer. I think Beck's Dreamer can outlast that one and try to hold off Broken Record. So I saw the race Exacta Tri Super Daily Double at pick 3 starts with race number 2. Good luck.
Horses on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes, number 1, 10-Run Rule and John Barrios. Number 2, Connor's Turn, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, The Brown Egg, Luis Perez. Number 4, Beck's Dreamer, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Same Old Story, Jackie Davis. And number 6, Broken Record, Oscar Gomez, the rider. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race 2 at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Maiden claimers to go a round of ground at mile 70 yards. 6 to 5, number 4, Beck's Dreamer. 8 to 5, number 6, Broken Record. 3 to 1, number 3, The Brown Egg. Beck's Dreamer. Same Old Story. Broken Record. Will be the last to load up. Still 6 to 5 on Beck's Dreamer. This field is set for a start. And they're off. Great start. Connor's Turn accelerates out for the front end. Beck's Dreamer flashing early speed. The Brown Egg sticks his end in between horses, up into third, now up into second, contending for the top spot. Same Old Story wants to get over from the outside post, but will be stuck out widest around that first turn. The back markers, 10-run rules to the inside of Broken Record, and Same Old Story has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. The Brown Egg has the lead as they get ready to transition to the backstretch by a length and a half. Connor's Turn rates in second. Beck's Dreamer in the clear at this point in time in third. Then a length back to 10-run rule in fourth. Broken Record in some heavy traffic. 3 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. And at the back, Same Old Story, but well compact. 4 lengths from head to tail as they race to the half-mile pole. The Brown Egg lets it out a notch. leads a length and a half. Beck's Dreamer does not let that one get away in second. Broken Record up the inside third. Then it's Same Old Story to the outside of Connor's Turn, fourth and fifth. And then about 5 lengths to 10-run Rule, who's dropped back to the tail of the field. About 2.5 furlongs to go. The Brown Egg has a lead by just about a length. Beck's Dreamer nudged upon to keep up in second. Same Old Story, Broken Record, third and fourth. Many lengths back to Connor's Turn in fifth. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, the Brown Egg, the first to face us. Broken Record will attempt to squeeze on through towards the inside. Now angles to the outside second, but 3 lengths off the lead of the Brown Egg. Beck's Dreamer races in third. Same Old Story stand side fourth. They run to the 16th pole. The Brown Egg seems to have the measure of this field. The Brown Egg leads by 4.5. The Brown Egg breaks the maiden today. Broken Record second. Third, Beck's Dreamer. Fourth, Same Old Story. Three, 6, 4, 5 in race 2. Number 3, the Brown Egg first. The Brown Egg official winner race 2 pays $10.52 to win. Dime Super $2.78. Double $23.52. Exacta $21.36. Trifecta $11.46. The Brown Egg, 5th career starter, winning one in the winner's circle. New York bred 3-year-old bay gelding by Big Brown out of Gemini Witch. Dark Horse Racing Stable owns Charlie Baker trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Mahoney Eden Manor LLC bred the Brown Egg. Race 3, Finger Lakes, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 2, All of a Suddenly, and number 6, Corvus. So you got win and place, exacta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in 21 minutes at 1:59 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, and yeah, pace makes the race. They allowed Brown Egg to really walk out there, and he was able to make every pole a winning one. He got the victory. Louis Perez for trainer Charlie Baker. Can't let a good rider like Louis Perez have his way on the front end. That's exactly what happened. No try, no super, no show in the third. We do scratch the 2, Alva Suddenly, and the 6, Corvus. So we did lose a lot of betting in this race with a 4-horse field, 4 betting interests. Pace is going to matter here. I'm looking at the pace comes from the 4, detail-oriented. He might try to do what Brown Egg just did with Louis Perez. The Heman Harkey will be aboard that one, but he's more of a throw down the gauntlet, send, catch me if you can type horse. But Skytown seems to have a slight class edge on these, dropping from the allowance to the 11 and 9. Has had a series of 4th place finishes before arriving here. Well, if he finishes 4th in this race, that won't be a good thing because we got 4 betting interests. But he does look like the races he comes out of, the form that he has, is good enough to beat this group. The issue is going to be pace. Well, you know, it's only 5.5 furlongs here, and detail-oriented might be able to get out there, shoot out there, and make them chase you down at this short distance. Rideshare does have a little speed. Rideshare not as fast as detail-oriented, but he could stay close to that rival, and certainly has a chance if able to get into the race early. The 3 really doesn't play, but it does seem like Skytown has the edge on this field, but the pace flow is going to matter if he's able to stay within range of detail-oriented. But those are the 2 that I used in this 4-horse field. No try, no super, no show. We do scratch the 2, Alva Suddenly, and a big scratch of the 6, Corvus.
On the track, race 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Rideshare and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Honor for Mandan, GM Rohina. Number 4, Detail Oriented, Hemant Harkey. And number 5 is Skytown, Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. A quartet to go 5.5 furlongs, 3 to 5, number 5 Skytown, 6 to 5, number 4 Detail Oriented. Detail Oriented, Skytown to the outside. They're on the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's Skytown and Detail Oriented. Detail Oriented spurts out for the early lead. Skytown counters outside. And then it's Rideshare at the fence up into second. Skytown third. 3 lengths to Honor for Mandan, who trails the field. Detail Oriented has the lead. Rideshare tries to probe through at the fence in second. Skytown in the clear outside third. Now up into second as Rideshare now shuffle third. 2.5 lengths to Honor for Mandan, who trails. First quarter, 22 4/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Detail Oriented leads by 2.5 lengths. Skytown under pressure in second. Rideshare is in third, and Honor for Mandan a distant fourth and deep on the course at the back. 3/16 left to travel, and it's Detail Oriented in charge. Detail Oriented with 1 furlong to go has the lead by about 9 lengths. Skytown and Rideshare in a battle for second. Honor for Mandan fourth. In deep stretch, it's Detail Oriented, a cut above the rest. Skytown gets second over Rideshare. Four, 5, 1, 3, number 4, Detail Oriented first. Looks like we got a jockey objection for alleged interference up the backstretch. It does involve the unofficial winner. No change. No change in the order of finish. Detail oriented. New York bred, 4-year-old Doc Brown Gully by Unified, out of detail. Eddie F's Racing owns. Ilke Kantar Macy, the trainer. Heman Harkey, the winning jockey. Barry Ostriger, bred, detail oriented. $5.92 the winning mutual, double $29.24, exacta 760. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Socks for Daughters. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:31 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 4. Again, pace makes the race, and detail-oriented under Heman Harkey was able to control the pace and get the victory for, I'll never say his name right, I apologize, Ilke Katamachi. Close enough. Fourth race starts the late pick 5. We scratch the 1, Socks for Daughters. It goes a distance of 1 mile and 16th. I like both of these Tim Murphy horses, especially Eric from Miami. I like the race this horse ran last time. Yeah, he ran big. Beta got a perfect trip up the inside, made the perfect timed ride, and Eric from Miami had to circle around while that one saved ground on the inside and made it close. That alone makes this horse, if a repeat of that race, a winner here. See if he can repeat that effort. He has to go a little bit further. He hasn't done particularly well at this distance. He's had 5 starts at the distance and hasn't been in the top 2 at all. So that would be the only knock on Eric from Miami. But still, if he could repeat how well he ran last time, he's going to be tough in here. I got a little bit of a price for second, talking about the 6, Whiskey Franz. Just as better than what he looked last time. I really don't know what exactly happened. He got caught wide, chased a little bit, and then called it a day. Well, that's the only time at 5,000 since last year. When he did run in lifetime conditions last year, he won both of those races. So which Whiskey Franz is going to show up today? You got to think that he'd be awfully tough if he brings his A game to this race. He's got 2 wins, and he's better at this distance. He's got 2 of his 3 career wins at the mile and the 16th. Like him a little bit in here at a price. The 3 is Allure of Money, and the question is going to be tactics with this horse, because I'm not so sure he's used good tactics in all his races since dropping. He ran third, trying to sit off of the pace, and the pace Mr. Einstein kept going. That horse ran big, though, Mr. Einstein. Cut back in distance last time, but dropped all the way below bottom to 4,000. He ran into a better horse. Magic Spin ran very well. Now stretches back out, and I say tactics matter because he does have good speed. We've just seen 2 gate to wires. Can he get the lead over October Bliss would be the question here. If he does, he's certainly dangerous as well. I thought both Murphy horses have a big chance in race number 4. The other speed is October Bliss. Ran good last time on the drop. Ran a solid second behind stablemate Mr. Einstein. Well, now stablemate, I should say, wasn't a stablemate. Now the trainer is the owner. Not sure how that works, but he will stay at 5,000, and if he can repeat the last effort, should run well in this spot as well. Street Cop Officer figures to take some play on the drop in class. I just didn't really consider this a drop because he was running at 5, and he wasn't winning at 5. So it's a case of him being over his head the last 2. So drops back to where he belongs at 5, and he should be very competitive at this spot. The best race that he ran was earlier in the year. He ran a good second to Tony O, where he had a trouble tripper. That was the day he was claimed, or he would have won that day for 5,000 as well. So if he could go back and repeat that effort, Street Cop Officer can win in this spot. But he is 1 for 13 at this particular distance, and is usually an underneath type. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with this race against Scratch the 1, Socks for Daughters.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, number 2, October Bliss, Oscar Gomez. We'll skip over to the 4, Ring Good, and Stephen Fretz. Number 5, Eric from Miami, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Whiskey Friends, and Andre Worry. Number 7, Street Cop Officer, Laird Bailey. And number 3 is Allure of Money and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go a mile 16th, condition claiming race. 9 to 5 on number 7, Street Cop Officer. 5 to 2 on number 3, Alert of Money. And 3 to 1 on number 5, Eric from Miami. Two out, Whiskey Friends and Street Cop Officer. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A glorious start. October Bliss zips out for the lead. Alert of Money rates in second. Whiskey Friends in the third spot. And a couple lengths back to the back three. Ring Good, Eric from Miami, and Street Cop Officer. As they lead into that first turn, October Bliss is on the point, has a lead by a length and a half. Allure of Money off the inside, second. Whiskey Friends in third. Ring Good saves all the ground towards the inside, fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. And then it's Street Cop Officer will be widest up the backstretch and is to the outside of Eric from Miami. Tightly bunched, 5.5 furlongs to go. October Bliss, first quarter, 24 4/5. October Bliss has a lead by a length and a half, too. Allure of Money and Whiskey Friends outside second and third. And then a length and a half back to Street Cop Officer deep on the course in fourth. Ring Goods in second last, and Eric from Miami in some traffic at the back of the pack and about 6 lengths off the lead. The half and 49 3/5 on to the far turn. October Bliss makes it a 3 furlong dash for home. The leads 3 lengths over Allure of Money and Whiskey Friends, second and third. Street Cop Officer wide around both turns in fourth, and it's Eric from Miami who's splitting horses nicely up into the top 4, 5 lengths off the lead, and Ring Good trails the field. All the meanwhile, it's October Bliss's race to win or lose on the front end. Has the lead by 4 lengths. Allure of Money is in second. Eric from Miami is on the outside, now up into second, but still 5 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's October Bliss Who's got this race won? October Bliss stole this race on the front end. Eric from Miami second, Allure of Money third, Ring Good fourth. 2534, number 2 October Bliss first. Mile 16th, 147.47. In the winner's circle, number 2 October Bliss. New York bred, 6-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Destin out of Little Brave. Angel Montañez, the owner. Nurka Huertas, the trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Dr. John Martin McDermott and Laura Griffin McDermott, bred October Bliss. $7.16 the winning mutual, double $34.98, exacta $21.54. Trifecta $11.34, time super $6.85, pick 3 $25.45. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 8, gimme the money. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering, post time race 5 in about 21 minutes at 3:02 p.m. Don't forget our next handicapping challenge here on track at Finger Lakes is in 13 days' time on Monday, August 24th. The Finger Lakes Handicapping Challenge on races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes on that day. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's free to join. That's a rewards program here at Finger Lakes. Winner gets $1,000. Top 3 finishers get money. And the best thing, it's free. That's on Monday, August 24th here at Finger Lakes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 5, another gate to wire in the 4th. I think that's 3 races in a row. We've had front speed types win the race, and I was going to say congratulations to Angel Montez, but he was not listed as the trainer as he was last time, so he didn't get his first win. But I'm sure he's happy about October Bliss getting the victory anyway. Oscar Gomez taking the initiative, maybe knowing the racetrack, and able to get a clear early lead when there was other speed in there, and stole it on the front end. For Nurka Huertas, we'll get credit for the training victory. This is a 4,000 claimer going 5.5. First thing I want to look for is who's the possibility of getting the lead in here after watching the last 3 races. But you got to think Father Walsh would be the one to get the lead if he decides to be more aggressive today. They've been rating this horse the last few, hasn't really been working. So, and part of that was he hasn't been breaking all that sharp the last 2. I would see this horse gets aggressive and goes to the front end. He could be awfully tough. Now, the one horse, Missoura's also got some speed inside of him. That's an Into Mischief horse, but not sure what to expect from Missoura, who didn't fire last time, but was just claimed for 4,000 in the race before. But on this racetrack, if that horse gets a lead from the inside, he could be dangerous as well. Bastino Centino won't be that far back. He should be forwardly placed on a track that seems to be favoring that running style. A couple top 4 finishers the last 2 races against 5s. So he'll drop to even lower. There's a much easier competition for Bastino Centino, who doesn't mind this distance. Got 2 wins and 7 starts of the distance, 5 times in the money. He's a strong player in here. Right now, a little cold on the board at 5-1, but I would expect him to be one of the favorites in this race. The other horse that's got some speed is all the way on the outside, the 10 Samurai Legacy. So this one is the, let's see, this one we'll switch to John Barrios, but we'll be outside the other speed. So not sure what the tactics will be with this horse because he does have some natural speed. He may find himself on the front line as well on a track that's where you want to be. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in the 5th. Got about 5 minutes post game. We scratch the 8. Give me the money.
Horses coming on the track for race 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 8. Number 1 is Muazzara and Jackie Davis. Number 2, Father Walsh and Chris Russell. Number 3, America's Justice, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Starship Tango, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Rockable, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Bastino Santino, Jeremias Flores aboard. Number 7, Don Antonio and Luis Perez. Number 9, Invaluable Will, Nasario Alvarado. And number 10, Samurai Legacy, John Barrios, the jockey. Post time in a few. Late scratch, fifth race, scratch number 4, Starship Tango. Number 4, Starship Tango, is a late scratch from this fifth race. Scratch the 4, Starship Tango. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 5 from Finger Lakes, field of 8 with the late scratch of the 4, Starship Tango. Even money on number 2, Father Walsh. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start. Don Antonio hustled out for the lead. Muazara towards the fence. Here's Samurai Legacy on the outside. Samurai Legacy, Muazara first and second. Father Walsh emerges third. Don Antonio outside of him in fourth. Bustino Santino's in fifth. 6 lengths off the lead, a gap of 4. Rockables to the inside of Invaluable Will. And 2 lengths to America's Justice, who's in the 8th and trailing position and about 14 lengths off the lead. On to the turn, Samurai Legacy and Muazara, hounded by Father Walsh, who's saving all the ground in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Bustino Santino to the inside of Don Antonio, 4th and 5th. Invaluable Will deep on the course in 6 and 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Rockables towards the inside. America's Justice still trails the field as they reach the top of the home stretch. Muazara comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. Father Walsh is in second. Bustino Santino, Rockable, and Invaluable Will, third, 4th, and 5th. 16th to go. Muazara the leads 4 lengths. Father Walsh, Rockable, second and third outside Bustino Santino, but Muazara is in front at the finish. Father Walsh second over Rockable, then it was Bustino Santino. Number 1, Muazzara first. Second, number 2, Father Walsh. Third, number 5, Rockable. Fourth, number 6, Bustino Santino. To the winner's circle, number 1, Muazzara. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old bay gelding it by Into Mischief out of Munasara. D. White Wadham's owner trainer, Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Shadwell Farm bred, Muazzara. You know, a reminder there was late scratch in the 5th race of number 4, Starship Tango. Winner pays $11.16 to win. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $527.84. Double 2 once, $65.82. Consolation double $5.78. Exacta $33.60. Trifecta $31.74. Super $24.31. Regular pick 3, $47.19. Consolation pick 3, 424, $5.79. Onward to race 6. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 6. In 19 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6, and congratulations to Dwight Wadham's got the victory. Jackie Davis took the initiative, got that horse up on the front line. It's been a good day for the front speed types. That running style has won 4 races in a row, and Mazzara took advantage of the trend and got the win. Jackie had 2 wins yesterday, another win there. Mazzara takes race number 5. All right, wide open maiden race in the 6. It goes 6 furlongs. A lot of early money, though, on the 4. Always Packin', who ran a good second in his first start over the track. I did take a minor upset. It might be against the racetrack, though, with the 2 start the day. He's coming out of a mile race, and he added blinkers, but really had a troubled trip in that race at Saratoga. He was on heels. He was checking down the backstretch. But when it came to running, he really didn't have much after that. But he cuts back, faces a little bit easier competition here, and see if he can run a little bit better. But he may need a little bit of help up front because it is harder to close on this track. The 4 Always Packin' mentioned, he tried to chase down the speed last time and didn't run that badly. Stays at the same distance, same level, and is a very, very logical horse. But if somebody gets a lead on him, he's got to hope that he could chase them down. And it does look like, I didn't like this horse originally, but now Connect and Cruise probably plays a little more. That's the other Barrow trainee, because he does show the most speed early in the sprint. At least in his debut in the mud, he showed good early speed. Like I said, we've had 4 straight gate to wires going into this race, which makes the 3 Connect and Cruise a little more appealing in this race, despite not really having much excuse with a 47.5 in his debut. But he's currently at odds of 5-1, but he might be with the trend of the track. Propitious is against it as well. He's one that comes from out of it. He was a little closer in the route, but in these sprint races, he's got to close ground. Still running good. In both sprint races he's been in, he's hit the board in both of them, so he's another one that will try to close late. Maybe we'll see a little different race flow in this maiden race, and he can overcome the situation here. He's currently at odds of 12-1. An interesting long shot is the 5 Trinity River. I say that because he's been running in primarily routes, and now he cuts back in distance. This is usually a good thing for this outfit. Mike Ferraro is 21% route to sprint, so he's been very good on the cutback and distance. Now, I don't know how much sprint speed this horse is going to have on the turn back. Maybe he can stay within range, but he's been achieving a little bit according to how they've been betting him. So he hasn't really shown much so far as a 4-year-old, but maybe the cutback could help this horse. Not really getting much for action right now at 12-1, but most of the early play on the 4 Always Packin', and he's a very logical horse coming off the 2nd place finish against similar maidens last time. So it'll be interesting to see how this flow goes in this race. Again, a lot of the early play on the 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 3 starts in the 6. You got about 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are coming on the track for race number 6. From Finger Lakes, number 1 is King Silky Melky and Chris Russell. Number 2, Start the Day, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Connect and Cruise, Andre Worry. Current favorite, number 4, Always Packin', Raylu Gutierrez up. Number 5, Trinity River and Luis Perez. Number 6, Propitious, Oscar Gomez up. And the only first-time starter in the field, number 7, Sunflower Alley and Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs, maidens. 4 to 5 on number 4, Always Packin'. 5 to 2 on number 2, Start the Day. Connect and Cruise goes in. Always Packin'. Trinity River, Propitious, and Sunflower Alley. Sunflower Alley to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Sunflower Alley, Trinity River. Here's Connect and Cruise up into second. As dropping back there is Sunflower Alley. Third place, Always Packin', a length and a half back to King Silky Melky to the inside of Propitious. And then 2 lengths back to Start the Day, who's about 3 lengths in front of Sunflower Alley, who's at the tail of the field. As they make the entry into the turn, Trinity River and Connect and Cruise, these two in tandem as they make the entry into the turn. Always Packin' white blinkers in third. 2 lengths off the lead, goes to the 3 wide side. Propitious in the 4 path in fourth, a length and a half off the lead. 5 lengths back to Start the Day is 2 lengths in front of King Silky Melky, and Sunflower Alley's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Always Packin' and Propitious now first and second. Trinity River and Connect and Cruise drop back, and then it is Start the Day as they got 1 furlong to go. Always Packin' and Propitious, these two nip and tuck as they pass the 16th pole. Third place, Start the Day. They're in deep stretch. Propitious and Always Packin'. Propitious with the advantage. Propitious wins by a half over Always Packin'. Then it was Start the Day and Trinity River. 6425, propitious 13-1 upset in race 6. To the winner's circle, propitious. 4th career start, a winning one. New York bred, 3-year-old Chestnut Galley by Dialed In on a match made in heaven. Mary Legs Farm owns. Ronald Breed Jr. trains. Oscar Gomez with a riding double today. Mary Legs Farm North LLC bred propitious, $28.94, the winning mutual. Pick 4, $754.61. Double, $169.34. Exacta, $62.56. Dime Super, $11.82. 50-cent trifecta, $37.83. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time, race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and Propitious running a big race. Oscar Gomez doing a good job of staying in the clear and out kicking the big favorite, always packing. Probably the only one that didn't have a trouble trip, or at least a bad start in race number 6. But good price on Propitious, who's been has not missed the board in sprint races. Oscar Gomez for Ronnie Breed Jr. All right, 7th race goes a mile. This for fillies and mares, and we'll look at some of the contenders in here. We'll start with the 3, Troubled Luck, who really ran well at first start over the track, coming in here from New York, and I should say first start back at the track. This horse has been here before. It actually has had success here before, with 3 of his 4 career wins happening at Finger Lakes. So it's more of like a return, but a return at a much reduced level. The number that she put up is good enough to beat this field. So she just needs to repeat that last race. She should be forwardly placed and should be very much a contender. And right now it's 6-5 and deservedly so. The 2 Ruby's Mission might be an interesting horse because of her front speed. Raylu got a lot out of her last time. She held her position and ran a good third, maybe more of a wake-up call in the slop last time, as her form was not good this year. I mean, this year she's lost by double digits every race, but then last race she did a nice hang-around third. So she's getting better. Maybe it had something to do with the off-track, but I could see this horse at least getting into the number, being forwardly placed, maybe even getting the lead from that inside position. That would really favor her chances. Same thing with Evening Edge. She's got good speed, and she showed good speed last time, but stopped late in the slop. And that's a surprise because she has performed well in the slop. Most of her wins have been on off tracks. But her previous start was good. She went 48 to the half and held on to be second. The difference between her race 2 back and last race was it was a second quicker to the half. I could see her on the front line and hanging around again. She's very much a win threat in here from that outside post. I did throw in a big long shot, longest shot on the board for 4th. And I'm talking about Rachiel My Belle, who really tailed off at the end of the fall last year after running very well at the bottom level during the summer. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means the freshening might have been good for her. She got a race under her belt, even though she broke poorly, lost all chance at the start. But she wants to go long, so she'll stretch out for the first time in her second start. And you might see a big wake-up for Rachiel My Belle. At least a horse to maybe throw into your tries of supers because of the price. Right now, she's at odds of 23 to 1. And here's a horse really eligible to improve, getting a sprint under her and a trouble trip sprint, going the preferred distance. Well, those are some of the contenders. Again, Trouble Luck's going to be a big favorite in here. Maybe Evening Edge will take a lot of play too. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered races 7 and 8. Good luck.
Horses are coming on the track for the seventh race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is In Traffic and Jeremias Flores. Number 2, Ruby's Mission, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Troubled Luck, Luis Perez. Number 5 is Mind of Gold, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Rochelle Mybel, Stephen Frett, the jockey. Number 7 is Pure Elegance and Joel Cruz. Number 8, Evening Edge, Oscar Gomez. And number 4 is Pleasant Dreams and Laird Bailey. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go a mile. Condition claiming race 4 to 5. Number 3, Troubled Luck. Troubled Luck going up into the gate. Half the field loaded up. Two out. Pure Elegance and Evening Edge. Evening Edge to the outside. 3 to 5 on Troubled Luck. Looks like somebody dropped the riding crop. That has been retrieved by a member of the gate crew. Evening Edge, the last to load up, now 2 to 5 on Troubled Luck. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Troubled Luck with a great start goes out for the lead. It's Evening Edge on the far outside. Ruby's Missions at the fence in third. And then it's Mind of Gold's in fourth. In Traffic having the check. Pleasant Dreams in mid-pack and about 6 off the lead. And then it's Rochelle My Belle passing In Traffic and Pure Elegance in the 8th in trailing position and about 9 lengths off the lead. It's Evening Edge who's on top. The lead's 3 lengths over Troubled Luck in second. Third place, Mind of Gold. Ruby's Mission, the gray in fourth. 4 lengths to Rochelle My Belle, who's a half length in front of Pleasant Dreams. Then it's Pure Elegance second last, and In Traffic's at the back of the pack. As they race to the half-mile pole, Evening Edge on top. The lead's a length and a half. Troubled Luck gets off the inside second. Then it's Mind of Gold who tracks in third. 3 lengths to Ruby's Mission in fourth. Another 3 lengths to Pure Elegance. And then it's In Traffic from last up into sixth, passing the back markers, Rochelle My Belle and Pleasant Dreams. The half was in 49 seconds, midway on the turn. It's Evening Edge trying to fend off Troubled Luck, and they're clear by 7 lengths. Mind of Gold to the outside of Ruby's Mission, third and fourth. Then in fifth, Pure Elegance. Many lengths back to In Traffic, sixth as they turn into the stretch. Troubled Luck takes over the lead. Troubled Luck has headed Evening Edge and upper stretch. There's no really any other serious threat. 1 furlong to go. Troubled Luck opens up by 6. Evening Edge in second. Then the battle for third. Pure Elegance has passed Ruby's Mission for the third spot, but an easy winner, Troubled Luck, give Luis Perez 2 on the card. Evening Edge holds second over Pure Elegance. Then it was Ruby's Mission. 3872. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Troubled Luck. New York bred, 5-year-old Doc Brown mare by World of Trouble out of Beginner's Luck. Mark Ferraro, the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Luis Perez with a riding double today. John Hicks, William Zimba, and Elise Mock, bred Troubled Luck. Time for the mile, 141.09. $3.16 the winning mutual. Double $54.24. Exacta $7.82. Trifecta $15.89. Super $6.93. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing tomorrow. We got an 8-race card with a 12:55 first post. We look back at race number 7 and Troubled Luck. I mean, you won't see a horse win any easier than that. Seemed like she was under wraps by the time they hit the 16th pole. I mean, this horse won for absolute fun as Luis Perez was just on cruise control at the end there, and dominant performance by Troubled Luck gets a victory for Michael S. Ferraro. Let's call that the easiest winner I've seen in a long time, other than Nasula Pagini, I think was the other one that was even more impressive. This was a never won 2 claimer to finish out the day. It goes a mile 70. We'll break it down here as far as the pace scenario. The 7 Fast Amendment might be up against it unless a pace does develop. Looks like he's getting a lot of support. The horse that beat him, Well Suited, actually ran well today, almost won. Had a very close second going up in class, which made his race look that much better. Logical horse is Fast Amendment and a big top 3 threat, but he is somewhat at the mercy of the pace with his running style, but there is a chance that one does develop in here, although the track has been favoring front speed types for most of the day. Horse I did end up using on top was the 4 Plex. He's off a 5,000 maiden win, but it's not like he wasn't facing tougher before that. He's only had a couple route attempts, and both of them are good. Both of them were at 5,000, but he won both races. First time he won on a good track. He did end up getting his number taken down for an infraction, but last time he won pretty easily, and now he'll take the next step going to the Never Won 2. The number that he put up is very competitive against the rest of these, so I'm going to take a shot and say that this horse comes right back. He's right now at 5-1. The 5 is American Halite, and this is the one that's you know, he's 8-1 right now. He's a little cold on the board, but he's one of those wild card horses. He was off so long. Horse had been off since October of 2024. Made his first start off a long layoff, dropping sharply in class. Was running against tough allowance competition, but off the long layoff he dropped to 5 and just missed. So he stays at 5. You talk about a well-bred horse by Arrogate. Second start off the long layoff. Normally you'd say the horse is going to improve, but that's the question mark. Does he bounce or improve off of the good performance last time? Still got to consider this horse off of the good effort, considering it was such a long layoff. Now, Fast Amendment, he's the closer in here. He's got to hope for them to come back to him. Obviously plays. Now you got to look for somebody for 4th. I thought those were the 3 logicals. Now you can make a case for New Matthew, who had been facing tougher. Percy's got some tactical speed. And then there's So Spirited, who was claimed for 11, dropped down to 5,000 last time, and that was the stretch out in distance, just kind of chased and faded, but didn't really run that badly. He's got the rail today. Jackie Davis climbs aboard, and he may find himself on the front line, or at least forwardly placed, and a good chance to be in the mix in this pretty competitive last race of the day. So enjoy today's last race. Yeah, my picks are going to be the 4, 5, 7, and 1. Exacta Try and Super offered. Got about 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
Coming on the track for the eighth and final Finger Lakes, number 1 is So Spirited and Jackie Davis. Number 2, Percy and Luis Perez. Number 3 is Just a Guy, Jeremias Flores up. Number 4 is Plex and Jose Baez. Number 5, American Halite, Stephen Frett. Number 6, New Matthew. Well, go to the 7, Fast Amendment, Kaber Koa. Number 8, Doha Desert, Carlos Camilo. And there's the 6, New Matthew and Chris Russell. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for the 8th and final. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go a mile, 70 yards, 6-5 favorite in this now winners of 2 lifetime claiming race. Number 7, Fast Amendment. No strong second choice. For the remaining 7 between 9-2 and 6-1 on the board. Loading up for the 8th and final. Wednesday programs are available for download and availability online at fingerlakesgaming.com. American Halide goes in. New Matthew. Fast Amendment. And Doha Desert. 4-5 on Fast Amendment. They're all in the gate. So Spirited Fractious. And they're off. It's Plex sent to the offensive by jockey Jose Baez. Percy in the 2-path in second, So Spirited at the fence. Just a Guy is 3 wide. New Matthew will be 4 wider on that first turn. And then it is American Halide to the inside of Doha Desert. Fast Amendments at the tail of the field, but only about 7.5 lengths off the lead. Percy's on the point, has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Plex. Just a Guy and New Matthew line up outside second, third, and fourth. So Spirited drafting behind horses in fifth. A length back to Doha Desert. White Blinker sixth, 4 off the lead. 3 lengths back to American Halide, who's about 3 lengths in front of Fast Amendment at the back. First quarter mile, 24 2/5 up the backstretch. It's Percy on top. The lead's a length and a half. Plex, Yellow Silks outside second. So Spirited saved every ounce of ground in third. Then a few more lengths back to American Halide, improving in fourth, passing Just a Guy. Fast Amendment is towards the inside into the top 5, 8 lengths off the lead. New Matthew is in 6th, then in 7th. That is Just a Guy, and many lengths back to Doha Desert, who trails the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Percy. Percy has a lead by a length and a half, too, over So Spirited, who hugs the inside in second. American Halide down the center of the course in third. Fast Amendments in fourth, but 8 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Percy who has a lead by 3.5. Over So Spirited outside second. Then it's American Halide and Fast Amendment, but it's Percy. Percy give jockey Luis Perez a riding triple. Second, So Spirited. Close for third. American Halide to the outside of Fast Amendment. 2157. Number 2, Percy, was first. New York bred 4-year-old Grey Gelding by Spun to Run out of Storm Swift. And Anthony Ferrero, owner trainer. Luis Perez with a rotting triple today. Dark Horse Legends Racing bred Percy. $9.02 the winning mutual, double $23.38, exacta $50.64. Trifecta $156.98. Super $64.38. Pick 3 $94.66. Pick 4 $573 even. Pick 5 5 of 5 $3,344.84. Programs available for download online for the Wednesday card at fingerlakesgaming.com. They're now available. But for today, that 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Wednesday. First post, 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.